Alright, and hello everyone, welcome to the stream. So, it's the 7th stream already. And episode number 4. That's for sure. Alright, let's test the sound. And the sound is working. Twisted Karma. It was indeed a most bizarre incident born of the hero's advertisement complaints.
ホームズはパイプを手に窓の外に広がる濃い霧を見下ろしていた。この霧の底には一体いくつの事件が隠れているのだろうね。不思議な新聞広告から始まる奇想天外な事件。魔剣が闇をかける連続殺人事件に夜の墓場でよみがえる死刑囚の事件。そして誰も知らない町外れの小部屋のありふれた殺人事件。どんな事件もその裏側には誰も知らない物語が潜んでいる。僕を事件現場へと駆り立てるのはその物語なのだよ、ワトソン。早く帽子を取りたまえ。行こうじゃないか、相棒。僕たちの冒険は終わらない。さあ、ゲームの始まりだ。
Well, I do quite understand what happened in the past, but I don't understand one thing. Why Watson was killed? At the beginning of this game. Why he was killed? I don't know. Yet. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial, and Casimir regained his memory. We're in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. This will be a place of crime. November 1st. Professor Mikatoba is due to arrive at any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Sato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew? That he was actually the most modern? The professor, I mean? One second. But it's kinda have no sense. So he moved to London from Japan and became a mass murderer. What's the point in this? Less motive to just kill foreigners? Aristocrats? I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. This probably means he knows them. But Kazuma showed up here in London with amnesia, and that he regained his memory now. Oh, there she is. Father? He looks very different now, and you judge. Hello, Sasata. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. I'm delighted you arrived safe and sound. Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind you take the trouble to meet us here. No, not at all. It's my pleasure. Heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know? The news has crossed the seas. Wait a second. Question mark? So you're not judge? You must be judge. It has? Let's look forward to reading the monthly report that arrived with the steamships from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who's this man, and why do I feel as though I've seen him before? Take it from your expressions that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seishiro? A film tab should do it. Yes, a film tab? What? Here we go then. How do you pronounce the defendant? Ronskin Naruhodo. Guilty. You. The court will now hear the trial of Ronskin Naruhodo. Your Excellency! Hello, Judge Jigoku. How are you? It's been a long time. Good. You remember it now. That really did the trick. Guilty. Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no life at the time. So, London again. After all this time, and how Baskerville is related to this? I've never heard that someone with such last name. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'll be back. Neither did I. Didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. So really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. So thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro? Talking about Eugene. Of course, Judge Jigoku must complete the set. He's the other man who, 16 years ago, came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. Must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? I think in the past there was no such at all. I knew you were jealous. Sorry, ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Seishiro Hei is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on this study tour. Guilty as charged. Well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Yes, now, Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. You did? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago, that tragedy. Yes, could you tell us any more about it? What's the point in examining everything? I see no point at all, so let's use conversation. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin Asugi. Genshin. Actually, Asuki Genshin. Last name first in Japan. New, I presume, father? Yes, he was a close friend at the time. Actually, in Eastern Europe, also last name first, like in Japan. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. In this case, he must be very close to... What was this inspector I forgot? Oh, what was his last name? Ah, doesn't matter. Ununderstood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. Wait a second, if he's sending 2 friends, there's a reason. What triggered it? It was a close trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts. Why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up as if he were my own son. Then one day he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'll be able to stop him. Something else came to light in the trial the other day, actually. What? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord 1-6. What? What? It's news to us. What? Really news to you? So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die, he's alive. As you knew, didn't you, father? In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. Sending a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive? And he in London, you say? And now dares even to dream it? On Earth did the young man not make contact? Can someone explain why he survived? The government and the police have been chasing clues hopelessly for months now. It's like related to his father's death, as he came back to life at the cemetery. Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia, and they actually think was trying to hide not the fact that he actually was alive, but something else. But amnesia? When I first came across him again here in London, I didn't know who either of us were. I see. Only regained his memory 8 days ago. It's unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Stoneheart didn't let us know. Must speak with him urgently. Wonder how Cosmo's been these past few days. Will it be wrong for us to go and visit him? It began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Eugene here, Genshin, Asagi, and myself were the original three. The first physical scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not one day out of day, I can tell you. 16 years ago, things were tough for their generation. Your father was an exceptional fine medical student at Yumi University at the time, you know? Young lady? Yes, grandmother told me. He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy. Practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an error place, sandwiched between the black of prison and burial ground. Not more talk of graves. Very often there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Kaiden, his name was. He was a good man. Yes, but then, of course, in our 6 years here, everything changed with that dreadful case, when Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was witness at the secret harem. I tried to speak on his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after that trial we were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. It was a lost cause, sadly. Okay, so they don't believe about what's actually he found guilty, isn't it? In this case. Let's see. So how was the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. It wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. Then truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same road as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. Oh, so you stopped at France's beautiful capital, Paris? We did, yes, though only for one night. And yesterday evening we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow. It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, father. Thanks to Seishiro here, 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited. I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugene. You were close friends with a professor of forensic science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. That's my father, I suppose. Well, you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. So sorry I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. I'll go for the porter, then. Just wait here. So the sun's gone off at a run. I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course, it must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruhodo. Hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after Hyo, as you obviously have been. Well, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's Hyo looking after me. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her, after all. Being a miserable father to her. Certainly let her down. Sorry. What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study. Tower in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life too. Oh yes? Sada-san hinted at something like that. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than the fit a grown man. It was then that Seichiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind. So perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to pursuing you to accompany me to London. So that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say. Completely understand, Professor. Oh, one other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Really? Of course. What can I do for you? Well, the thing is, Oh, what is him doing here? What, photoapparat? Why? I'm so sorry that it took so long. It's Susato. Now then, allow us to take your bags. Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, porter. Of course, sir. The machine around your neck, it's a camera, I believe. But right, sir, just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Oh, yes, of course. Will I use this photo as evidence somewhere? I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made Father very happy, I think. Please, son. We were interrupted before. Professor Mikatoba was about to ask me something. Shall we return to Baker Street then? Expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, so... perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. No, nothing was added. Let's go here first. A mask? Home suit. What? What was that? A man screaming in the most unflattering way. Do you think it could have been Mr. Holmes? I do hope not. Don't do it anymore, also. Mon ami. Stop this disgraceful display, huh? All these people. Look at their hearts beam its bright red. I think it must be clients of Mr. Holmes. Also, I don't quite understand why it's saying like red-headed when actually the color is not red. It's orange, ginger, etc. Anything but not red. Attitude. Come with me now. Down to the clink. Hello, Menirava. Not in prison, it's dark and dumb and I don't like it. Darkness, it's my friend. I'm not scared. But you're always scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next darn haste. I don't like this, I don't like it. Well, talk. We'll finish this down the yard. Now get moving. Bye, Zinji. Have fun. Oh yeah, thanks, Aris. And thanks. You're a great detective. Gina makes a fine detective yourself, doesn't she? Susie and Bruno. Hello, Iris. We are home. Well, did you find your daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Well, that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. Oh yes, of course. There's John H. Watson. So, Iris, all that remains now is that greatest of problems known to man. Just before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Do I have a cramp or such like on my face? Not so much on your face. It's on your head, I say. Hold on then, everyone. I brought a lovely special blend, time for tea. Now tell me what's going on here today. In that case, let us sit and drink now. For I am in fact expecting a guest later today. Mr. Holmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago you said to us. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. In that case, aboard the SS Buddha in January, Kazuma wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness, when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? After they'd carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murderer's corpse. How horrible. It was necessary to find some material with which to pursue the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place? I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong. I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment, Mr. Holmes. What was it about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before? Is it another friendlishly intricate case, Mr. Holmes? How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection? Perchance. Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere. Possibly. Of course I do. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops, but I don't believe that he was saying this. It was made up about apes and humans. What? We were apes because maybe in the past, because apes and humans, two different species, have the same ancestor, yes, but not related. Any other way. Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man. Our lot? It is a great problem, Mr. Holmes. Why, is not obvious, my dear madam? The problem of rent. But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame, Prosaic on the other day? Large sum. One potted herb for Iris and a new motor car for me later. New motor car? And all of it has quite disappeared, I assure you. Honestly, Herr Holmstone, you know you squandered it. Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem, for the coming months at least. And what was the answer? Why, there is a substantial clue before your very eyes. Tell me, let me see. Humans are sorry creatures unable to see what is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. This one particular feature about my person has changed. Should notice it in the end, I think. In the end? It's been stabbing me in those eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation. I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo. Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes on much longer. Mr. Holmes, who were the two gentlemen that were here before? Oh, just a pair of petty criminals, nothing of significance. But they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions. And the mood takes you? All manner of infractions? But when such fellows set their sight on Mr. Sherlock Holmes, well, that's when their luck runs out. Why, you were the target of a crime, Mr. Holmes? But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally. She asked Grexy to come too. Gregson. He could have had an arresting tea party. I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consumingly in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha, I have it. A bungler. That's the word. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So, those red heads had been up to no good? I wonder what the man did. You wonder. It's no time for conversation. No. Wait a second. What about this mask? must castle a wall when he was assigned to Lord 1's as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the child the other day, I just sort of picked it up. Ought to give it back to him, I suppose. But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself. What, isn't he your best friend? This doesn't answer out, isn't it? So can I simply move somewhere? Are you sure you asked everything we need to? Not. But I cannot see how can I continue. Can I manage to remember this behemoth's name, a great telescope? And don't think it was here when I left for Japan, was it? Or is it right? Yes, because it was with the pawnbroker. Oh, of course. Well, that's given me a wonderful idea. I could pawn everything that's on your desk. Wait a second, I already spoke about this. I will be tied at last. What a waste of time. No matter what, don't have anything to speak about. And I believe I read about this as well in the previous episode. So there's no need to read it again. Нет, Topple. So, how can I continue? The conversation with Mr. Holmes. The person himself? But I don't have anything right now. In this case, I think I simply move. Here. And the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord 1's doing here? Ah, there seems to be an awful lot of tension there. Wouldn't you say? This place is stifling enough as it is. Really don't need any more tension. My apologies. I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. No, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. Now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. Now then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I'm right here. Tell me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I experienced a room at such a perfect temperature. Feel sure. The beds of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. Because of the daggers you stare at me with, mainly. As you no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today. Madam. Oh yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited. I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands, then, Lord 1's. I'll attend at once. Give you very cold stares, he left, didn't he? I know, but I haven't done anything, have I? These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion. Certainly has it. Is your left hand still of service? Naruto, he's talking about Dr. Shizu. Ah, of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just on Care not. You've done nothing wrong. Dr. Shizu's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. It'd be a lot easier to do if it went for the person stare you're giving him. Kuluk01's is doing an unrivaled job of holding the fort. So, disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Missing? What's become of Kazuma-sama now? Well, I'm missing apprentice. About Kuluk01's apprentice. Oh yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say. That you and he are all friends. How did he become an apprentice to Kuluk01 in the first place? It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel. Oh my, so he stowed away to get here? No papers to identify him, no passport. He was suffering from amnesia too. Also, since the fact he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Kuluk01. That way I could keep an eye on him. But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Kuluk01 with tiresome explanation about why he had an Eastern apprentice. Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing the mask. It's proven to be a great help to Kuluk01. I have high hopes for his future. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being. Take it you also do know that the man's father was one of the country's most infamous criminals, I mean. Genshin Asage. What we learned from the trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was... Oh yes, Genshin Asage. The professor case 10 years ago caused a grand stir here in Britain. There were such awful murders, and unprecedented, using a forensic dog as a murder weapon. Ferocious, my god. Again, I got some message. Look. Listen. I'll check it, but not right now. Maybe after this conversation. And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was he, and neither do the citizens of London. The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time, understand? Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. What? Supporters of mass murder? The majority of the man's victims were blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed anyway. I think he thought about this himself. What I see, but it was still murder, wasn't it? In this case, the Reaper, or the Bailey, the real Reaper, is someone else? The Professor? Still alive. Seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Valley. Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. It's not possible. There's no such hotels or places to live. 30 million? Are there even that many people in the world? As a comparison, Mr. Naruto, the population of the imperial capital Tokyo is 2 million. It's not too much. Very low. We'll be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries. Sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques. The cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential, which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here at the heart of our Great British Empire. Now that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the New World. It's the same as ever, I see. The passion of his is quite something. Every bit as passion in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruto. I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So, this case of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. I established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Shizuo at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievements. It was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department. And can you not do that now? Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't skim this story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be a course in forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. And attendant repercussions of our trial. Simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, so... Of course not. We should all be grateful to you, boss. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policy when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. And that's all. To talk about... But what to do next? Oh, what to do? It's good news that Professor Mikataba arrived safely, isn't it? Yes, it's wonderful, and the fact that Father has been invited to this important international event really makes me very proud to be his daughter. Father Josh, Jigoku, us, and Kazuma, of course. It's an ever-increasing number of Japanese here in Britain's capital, isn't there? Well, yes, I suppose so. But London does have a population of 6 million people, so I think we are still a minority. So the son Father who came here as a visiting student 16 years ago in Kazuma. It's almost as if some great power has been at work, drawing them here across the ocean to London. And I feel as though the waters are starting to swell again now. And there's nothing to speak about, especially what about this spade? The spade is still here, look. Please, Mr. Naruto, it's not a spade. As I think you well know, it's a shovel. Didn't take long to connect that old argument. I have an idea. Let's give the implement a name like Professor Hairbrain named his tools. Instead of doing that, from now on then, let's call it Hellskin. No, it's clearly much more of a Susato. Our argument has taken a new and unexpected turn, it seems. Nice. But how to progress the story? How can I speak about something here? Mr. Holmes, about this. Tell me, Mr. Narcodo, is this the first time you've shown me this particular trinket? Don't really remember, to be honest. Am I saying that it's a collar for a breed of miniature canine with particular long neck? Where to precipitate? Here we go again from your lips. Could be sure it was not the first time. Deduction, you see, my dear fellow, deduction. No way, I don't know what to talk about. I'm missing something. But what? Remember correctly, this touch person lamp person tape rather. No, I read about this. So there's nothing new about this. I cannot skip it. Strange that it's not skipping what I check or not between episodes. But I see no other way to progress the story except checking everything again. Okay, this poison. And salt and pepper or something. Yeah, deadly poison. Maybe I should check the chest or something. Maybe chest. I see nothing new except this mask here. Paper? Okay, what about this paper? I don't remember it. This looks like last week's edition. Yeah, it's a new one. What's this article cycled in red ink there? It's an advertisement column. It says to the Red-Headed League. Okay, I found it. The Red-Headed League? What's that? Don't know. Never heard of it before, but it sounds on my face. And this has something to do with that lively hair. Now I need to check this paper. To the Red-Headed League. Get £4 per week if you're redhead. Money making opportunity. And account the bequest of the late Ezekiel Hopkins of Lee Bannon, Pennsylvania, USA. There is now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the league to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. Red-headed men who are sound in body and mind and above the age of 21 years are eligible. A blind person on the morning of the 31st at the large park on Lime Street. Public health report. Retrospective. St. Bartholomew's Hospital? Alright. No, I can't even enlarge it. But no need. It looks as though someone's cycled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Holmes. To the red-headed slick, does that excite you in some way? I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. So, at last, you learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, the problem is that painting your hair is not enough to become a red-headed. Your skin is also should be different. It's very easy to distinguish about fake red-headed person and the real one. Sorry? The first instant and quite indispensable observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. A jello burst. So what is the red-headed leak, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you've cycled? You notice it in the papers then? That my dear fellow was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me. But listen to what the lucky redhead receive once they join. An unconditionally salary of £4 a week. Why £4 a week? And why? What is it paying people for? That I don't know, no details are given in the advertisement. But surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join that case. You're right, Susan, there's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once. So will I just, for the off chance? Might be stretching a point, I think. The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see? Oh, I see, so once a certain number of people you have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away. It wasn't particularly lucky for the red-head in question, I feel, Mr. Holmes. So you decided to try to join in his place? Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No? So why? Why did it have to go so wrong? What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo. So that pains me to admit it. What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Holmes? I'm glad you asked me, Susadon. But you see at top of my head is neither a diet nor a hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight by the wonders of chemistry. Chemistry? I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating scanty lips, and in the course of my work I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair flame like red. Would you like to try it? It will make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. It helps us. But Mr. Holmes, is it quite safe to drink? Sure, it's bad for you, isn't it? Oh, amateurs are always hampered by such fears. Should never have doubted you, Mr. Holmes, you mean to say? But of course, to turn £4 per week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to little danger. degree of red signals. More than just a little danger, surely. Hello, Venom. So anyway, Housecone left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. To the park on Lime Street, where the red-headed league were interviewing prospective new members. So what went wrong? The whole park was choked with red-headed folk like a coaster's orange barrel. I cried for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Oh, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, are you in disgust to conduct an investigation?" So naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away." After which, I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning, when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pearl into the police. What? Oh there, what a disaster. Housecone and those two red hats. They have a phone? No. I just entered. Here's my guest now, my latest client, with money to spend. To how it's an exciting case, Housecone. Remember, Alice, we are at present reborn by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating, save placating a runaway, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Oh there, a client that Housecone can like a little tucked, especially just before the rent is due. What was this? Do I see you the first time? Mr. Holmes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, please. Oh, please. Let's find my husband. He's run away. To upset me? I beg your pardon? Never mind, a personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Underhood? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madam. Be seated. I raise some tea, if you please. Of course. What's the matter, Miss Susato? Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. Feel sure I've seen you somewhere before. It was my feeling as well. Very recently, indeed. Yes, now you come to mention it. As explained earlier, my name is A.B. Vigil? Who knows? Employ you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure. Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madam. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough. Mr. Holmes, you are the pitch of benevolence. And of course make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. Trust you will remember your words also. If I might inquire, sir, this gentleman and lady would be... me? What I'm about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand? Now, these are my friends. Assure you, you may say before they spare anything which you may say to me. I see. I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He is hard of hearing. Why did I ever get my hopes up? I will be speaking to her. So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance, when did you release he was missing? He's trying not to laugh. It was yesterday. I'm sorry, yesterday? That really is recent. Laughably so. The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him not to return home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day, it was certainly never happened before. But daily? What else can have happened? I've never heard such names before. Tell Mrs. Vigil, please calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police? Why, naturally. But sadly, let me check how was your name in Japanese, in the original. Let's see. Her name. Wait a second, her name in Japanese is Anna Mittermon. Anna Mittermon. Why Anna was changed to... I can't pronounce her name here. Evie? She's Anna. What the heck with the translation? I don't quite understand. Why changing names? Let's see. Mittermon. So, your last name is Mittermon, not something like Vigil, who knows. She refused to listen to my pleas, as my husband has only been missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at home. Mittermon. Introduce Mrs. Mittermon. I can cure in the police. However, let us not be hasty. So no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway. Still don't going to quite understand. Okay, they changed Sherlock Holmes to Sholmes for some reason. Well, the reason is copyright, but changing other names, that's already like in English. I don't understand. Is it the reference to something? Green next time. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. If possible, let me assure you, chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision, and the original names for me, it's much easier to pronounce that than this translation. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it. You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention. Seek only to put this sweet ring in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Okay, Mr. What was this again? Mittermon. Tell us about your husband, madam. Mr. Mittermon. Okay, let's check the Mr. Mittermon name in original. Let's see. He is here, and his name in original is Everyday. His name is Everyday Mittermon. Seriously, Everyday. Oh, they changed his name to Daily. So Everyday became Daily. That's actually almost the same. Alright. My everyday. Abidale? Is 40 years of age. I have to photograph here. I have a photograph here. Daily. Entirely unremarkable gentleman. by parents at least. You read that. How long have you been married? It will be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. As it would appear. I need only look at you to know these things. Wait a second, we got this photo? No? Oh gosh. The dress is the latest style. Your head clearly regularly growed and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right, he is a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me. Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled with some incident or other. This is exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Holmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. Okay, so he will die in this case. Or not? What if he's incurred some miscreants' ill will? What exactly is your husband's line of work? He's a warder at the prison. A guard? This is somewhat unusual. So, your husband is a prison warder. That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder. Indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments. What? Punishments in prison? It's quite interesting. And see what they carried out. Getting breakfast? At this time? Alright. And thank you for good luck. Dreadful punishments. Does she mean capital punishments? And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, you make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors. Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged? Berkeley Prison, Mr. Holmes. Really? Berkeley? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there's a large cemetery just behind it. Yes, that's correct. Okay, so it's related to the case 16 years ago? Or 10 years ago? I don't quite understand. For Filipinas? Oh, that's very nice. I believe for any Benyaraba, it should be morning as well. Maybe. Well, for Kuluk it's right now 8 AM. So for you it can be 10? Well, 10 still morning? Yeah, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery. No. Lowgate Cemetery. The very place we were discussing in court. 11. This means it's certain hours difference. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable indeed. Unbelievable, my dear fellow, and yet undeniable. Sorry, Mr. Holmes, I'm afraid you lost me. Pay no hit, madam. Pay no hit. 9:20, and it's 11 hours difference. A private matter. This can't really be a coincidence, can it? Okay, someone related to this case decided to kill this man? forgive me for asking, Mrs. What was her last name again? Mitterman. But have you met someone before, quite recently perhaps? Why? Therefore, what is your intention? Clearly, you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion. Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week? Oh, I recognize you. Have a man's fate is the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh jolly. It sends shivers down my spine. Didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. Must be very difficult for you as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, I mean. Pardon? Dear, I'm so sorry, don't worry if you can't hear. Because prepare really, nothing more. Now look what you've started, Mr. Holmes. Thank you very much. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes? Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Mrs. Mitterman. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation. Please report to me soon with good news, sir. Turn out, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a pertinent report. I'm quite sure. So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Holmes. Good news should be delivered earlier, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. Okay, we got that. In order to aid his engaged in your missing husband. No particularly distinctive facial features? Is it? Thank you. Now allow me to show you the door. Is there any special about him? The detail used in the card? Or maybe this gate is related? Can't thank you enough, Mr. Holmes. You've been simply marvelous. You know, I sing it every time Holmes comes. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two. Are you sure? Can be sure, of course. But then, I didn't swear on it. I merely gave this good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give you good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Wintermore, we shall be mutually relieved. Don't you agree, Mr. Narhodor? Don't look at me with so splitting eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent. And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where your husband worked. It's Berkeley prison, I mean. So you noticed it? Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Berkeley prison, so it was renowned among our students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Berkeley prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated, the professor. And now a warder from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. So very peculiar. Indeed, but nothing you can handle. I'm quite sad, Mr. Naruto. Sorry? Run on to the prison and see what you can glean, would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worth. But aren't you going to go yourself? Surely you needn't ask. Can't possibly be seen out with this hair. So why they were sent into the prison? Well, I do remember the original story, but maybe I don't remember it. Anyway. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? It's quite different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you excuse me, I'm also busy. Of course, you are. A new location. Oh yeah, since I will check this, since they sent me a chat. Okay, right now, Berkeley Prison is on the outskirts of London, baking into a lonely burial ground. Its four high outer walls notes quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, was shown at the governor's office in the watchtower. This looks like some kind of Resident Evil scene. This place is full of hardened criminals. I kinda remember the last time a civilian was doomed here. What is this accent? And you deny want to talk to an inmate, but to me? You can who I am? I'm the governor, Barry Hayden, Oh yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryusuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. And an Easterner, I see. Does it mean? Yes, I'm visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Yes. Well, there's no any of your kind in here, lady. Lady? Maybe you should try on the prison next door, huh? Didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about... Didn't I like to be so direct, but... I have no intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicious-looking Easterners. What was this? Now get out of my hair. Hair? So as soon as he finds out that we are from Japan, he reacts like this. Surely means... I think it's because of the professor case. In it. Alright, music started. I'll take a pause. I'll check what they sent me in the messages. And be right back in 1 minute or two. Should be fast. Be right back. And I'm back. So yeah. Same as usual. Need to constantly check what people are doing to speed up the work process. Examples, if I go to ask the review from security team. So I asked for it instead of them. Alright, let's continue. You think so too? 10 years ago. So they came 16 years ago, but it was 10 years ago, so they were here for 6 years or what? Listen something. Asage Genshin, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. I might have known. You sniffing around the boots? Well, about the boot with keys, aren't you? You're agents, huh? Part of the Professor Great Web, no doubt. No, not at all. Not at all, we just get gone. Monsieur, before I punch you, lights out. We're going. Earlier, the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. I'm not going to get anywhere here, unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. General Hayden. What do you think, Miss Susato? Feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. Was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feelings. So you got out. But can I present something? Okay, I think we must move and ask someone first. Okay, let's check it one by one. Why are you sitting here? It's Professor Mikotoba over there. Hello, you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked. But where's Judge Jigoko? Yes, he is not the relaxing sort. He's taking himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. And only just arrived in the country today? Goodness, he's full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before about how you know the prison governor at Berkeley Prison. Colonel Hayden, you mean? So, it is the same man? Father, he must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompany you, it would be a very different story. Would you? It would be wonderful if you have time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment by reading newspaper. So drinking coffee on a comfortable seat? Now, I have rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know? Sorry I didn't say that out loud, did I? You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? Let's not fall out now, I have an idea. What's he writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tone. Tune. Thank you. Good luck, son. Don't stay here. Blackbird Line? Is it related? Looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Cruise? First class cabin 001. Yokohama departure 11th September, London arrival 1st November. It's about that Professor Mikatoba and Judge Jigoku came on from Japan, isn't it? I think it called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Buddha. Seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I do. I have mine safely in my diary. I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Why? Well, how strange. Where could it have gone? I like this purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sign? It's written on the back of the ticket. For passage on a steamship. How will it help me in the future? Professor Mikatoba has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? It's so wonderful that I cannot read it. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. It's just me, or does it make me sound extremely untrustworthy? I do wish I at least called you a nice young man. I'm not sure that would help. Good luck, son. If you just cast your eyes on over this corner, Kaiden. What's this then? You kinda pull the wool over my eyes. A good for nothing Japanese student. Okay, let's check how his name was in original. Okay, let's Google it. Kaiden. Wait a second. Type it in correctly. This. Let's see. Stupid advertisements. Harry Barricade. And actually not just Harry for some reason. Well, Harry in English for sure. Barricade. So his last name is Barricado. Barricade. Harry Barricade. Oh my god. Barricade indeed. Listen, you can't pull the wool over my eyes, you good for nothing Japanese student. Mikatoba? That young joke from the forensic laboratory, that Mikatoba? Yes, exactly him. Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Eugene Mikatoba's daughter, Susato. Since you're the young man's daughter? And you didn't think to mention that before? I do apologize. Well, you best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? Barricade? And wait a second, what he just ate? And then I forget to try one of these handcuffed biscuits. Father's influence is nothing short of amazing. It's kind of very small cage for such a big bird. Bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now. So man, what can I do for you then? Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your orders, you see? He's gone missing. Missing? That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well. Being the prison governor. I haven't heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing person in my prison. But how can that be? It's Mr. What was his name again? Everyday Meter One. Your chief warder. Metermon? That's right, his wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. And that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir? Of course. Just I want to check on this bird and other stuff here. Never have I expected to find a parrot. This parrot doesn't look like in a prison. It must be the governor's pet. Even where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner. Let me out! Gonna kill me! Has the bird learned to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in the cells? No, he was one of 3 siblings, you see, and he still calls out the names of his 2 brothers like that all the time. Right. Let me out? Gonna kill me? Aye. Hello, lady. You want your dinner, huh? Did not do it. That's a very large cabinet full of papers, isn't it? It's labeled Inmates Register, look. And all the files are in alphabetical order files. It's 50 years worth of records of Berkeley's inmates. Whether or not they left alive after serving their term. All the details about the crimes about they committed are recorded in there, like an epitaph, you might say. A record of crimes and punishments. How dispiriting. And yet, this man seems to be enjoying tea and biscuits as he talks about it. The dude has been staring at me for a while now. It has. The poor thing can't fit through the small hole in the wall, but it can't get its head back out again now either. It's giving me a willfully imploring look. It's not real, Mr. Naruhodo. It's stuffed. Oh, what? I mean, yes, of course it is. The moment I thought it was another assassin sneaking in near the ventilator. I don't like to say it, but I think perhaps you need to reread The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. What else interesting here? Let's go check the left. I suppose these are all former governors of Berkeley Prison, are they? Either that or former inmates who the governor has sent to the gallows. Although they all have such similar expressions, I really couldn't deny either possibility. Especially the one on the extreme right, his expression goes beyond thrown into a whole new territory. That wants me. Terribly sorry, sir? Is it a requisite of the job, perhaps, having a thorough expression, I mean? Cause it's not, although it is taken into consideration. A lot. An axe, a hunting rifle, and 4 pairs of handcuffs. That's a daunting collection. Oh, there's a story behind every one of those. You mean... The rifle was a famous killer's murder weapon, and the axe was wielded by an infamous executioner, and the handcuffs were once used to immobilize a fierce four-legged beast when it was arrested. Think you're in the realms of fantasy now, Mr. Naruhodo. Not those kind of stories, Jimmy. The axe was the one I used to chop down the cherry tree at my house. Mrs. Caden. Oh, Barricade was now best pleased. And the calves on the left are the ones I caught my first vulgar. It's back when I was a bobby. The stories were a little different to those you imagined, I think, one day. Yes, to my relief and in some small way my disappointment. His grandfather Kuluk01's is fitted with a terrifying blade that keeps dropping down. It's modeled on the guillotine, a French execution device. You might have heard of it. And yes, a fool you ask, it can chop. Heads off, you mean? There's no carrots and parsnips, and so forth. If you place a large carrot at the bottom there, and the morn, by evening it will have been cut clean too. Well, the blade must have an almost indescribable edge on it then. Looks like that's all what I can check around. Maybe. Well, of course I can present something. Or not. Nope, cannot show it. Okay, let's ask him. Professor Mikatova. The father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted. The death room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. Do you know? Yes, I can imagine. The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable. The father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard, in the basement of St. Sinners. It's still in use today. St. Sinners? It's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right, we've been there. Mikatova and I used to ride in a carriage together and negotiate terms. For more fresh materials, I suppose. And we used to sit in here for hours and gab on about this section and all sorts. Oh shit, takes me back. Over a pot of tea and plate of cow biscuits, of course. How charming. He was a good fellow, your father, reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you, Japanese, because of Genshin Asagi, I suppose. You understand that Mr. Mittermon is the chief warder here at the prison. And that he was strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, no doubt about it. He was a fine warder. Sorry, did you say was? He doesn't work here no more. He left the job. Why? When was this exactly? There's a question, when was it about? It's gonna have been much less than 10 years ago now. What? And his wife knows nothing about it? What? 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago? Don't tell me that he's actually a ginger redhead. Hi, as I minded. I haven't heard the fella's name in all the time. That's what if he is gone missing though? But Mr. Mitterman made no mention of it. Think perhaps Mr. Naruhodo that his wife simply doesn't know. Think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Colonel Barricade, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Mitterman give up his job here? That's important, is it? Actually thinking of making a mod for this game to return all the original names back. Including Sherlock Holmes and Watson. Yes, I believe it may be. You gambling now? What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. So, Mr. Mitterman actually resigned from the position of chief warder 10 years ago. You're telling us? What happened to make him leave the job? Actual fact, let's leave the job violently. Had no choice in the matter. You mean he was dismissed? It was after a particular walk. Sorry, a walk? Ah, that's no words for it in there. A walk to the gallows. Ah, an execution. Is the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows? 3. And oversee any executions. You see? Mitterman did something unthinkable on that last walk he was mining. What did he do? I'm sorry, but cannot reveal that information. But I can tell you that it's very rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post. Why wouldn't Mrs. Mitterman know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here. But know anything about it, I'm afraid. Yes, I scorned it. Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal? And what would that be, then? That last execution that Mr. Mitterman was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's? I thought exactly. I'm sorry, I really am, but I am not at liberty to answer that. I see. So, see you in court. I understand. Well, I cannot tell you anything else. Thank you so much for your time, Governor. One moment before your way, then. I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Found it. Here, take this as a souvenir of your visit to the prison. City of London Police. What is it? It's Mitterman dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course. You have it already? No. Why? Are you sure? Why, it's no trouble at all. It's not the original mind. Hush, the payments occurred by Mr. Mitterman 10 years ago that resulted in him losing his job. Chief warder, Berkeley Prison. Thank you very much, Governor Berkeley. 25th June? Chief warder daily, everyday Mitterman is relieved of his post. His immediate effect for having violated Clause 132? Majesty Code of Conduct for prisons? All right to redundancy, pay, and other financial benefits are fully remarked. Reason aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquirers will be expected. Okay, so why name Honey was changed to Berry? I don't know. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. Okay. He's the real one. He's the real one. You did miss it. Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed. But according to this note, it's not closed at all. Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Holmes with what we found out about Mr. Mitterman. You missed? It's speaking and saying like... Well, its name it wasn't Mew something. Can check it one more time, but... Let's see what will happen. What will he tell? This is Mitterman, I wonder. Let's examine him one more time. Oh, by the way, look at this. There will be a new conversation if I do this? Look, we have an opportunity here now, while the governor is away. Now we can ask this parakeet. Parrots, of course. Mr. Naruhodo, you could be imprisoned if you were caught. That's a good point, perhaps not then. What? I cannot check it now! You missed it. Not possible to repeat. Okay, let's go back to the suit. We are back. Hello, you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all. What is this? So... Well, it's not green. So that's what the delicious smell is. Greeting, my dear fellows. Your returns a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Holmes. Hello, Mr. Holmes. Say nothing? Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. Turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Oh my. Hey, tell me, what of our warrior friends? Have you garnered some new information? Yes, something very surprising in fact. So it's not a patch in your hair, to be honest. Well, certainly isn't, but still, we discovered that. Holmes! Job everything helps. It's more important. Jenna? I can tell an if it's... What's happened? Currently a very grave matter indeed. Oh, Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. It's a boss. What I mean, Inspector Gregson was killed? The boss is? He is? Dead? How does this happen? What? Brilliant dead, so it's another fake death. They just found his body. It's a pistol. in it. What? What? Inspector Gregson? He was murdered? No more fish and chips. Not Gregson. Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. So, who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? They got him already. Already? They caught the shooter so soon? The witness reported something was going on and the boys got straight down there and took care of him. What awful person did this? Still can't believe it myself. Gina? It was the Reaper. Wait a minute, you don't mean they arrested Lord 1's for it? That's right. That's Reaper. Lord's gone and shot the boss. No, Lord 1's? Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Barrack 1-6. The police have arrested. So he meets my own eyes. In the interview room at the yard. Don't believe it. Well, she said Reaper, but I do believe that Reaper is some other person who is constantly killing criminals who is having... well... the guilty verdict. I don't believe it. But there were witnesses, and they all said it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They heard the gunshots, apparently. And when our Lord got to the scene, there was only the boss and the Reaper block in the room. There's no way Lord 1-6 would have taken Gregson alive. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was really shot? I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there, investigating the scene. When did this take place? A little rented room in a building full of flats. The Fresno Street. The outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. He's perhaps investigating a case then. Which case? The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. How strange. The boss was... he was so good to me. I know I aren't up to much yet, but one day I was going... I was gonna show him I'd become a proper detective. Jenny. Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry. I'm saying sorry for you didn't do nothing. Well, anyway, taking a cab over to the scene right now. Just come and as soon as you can. You've got to help. Well, I thought that Gregson will be just sent to France, but killing him. The detective's lot to appear wherever some sinister plot was unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Holmes, what use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, huh? Could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson? Mr. Naruhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Because yes, you too. It would be helpful. You could talk to Mr. Ripper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Till later then. Inspector Gregson, dead. And Kuluk01's arrested. Susan. Called you handsome. It's waiting outside. Since Iris shall be, Miss Susato? Yes. Okay, let's move. By the way, prison is also available. But let's check this first. All these notes. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So this dust ridden rented old room is where it happened then. So this is where Pro Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. Don't see Mr. Holmes anywhere though. Perhaps his investigation have taken him elsewhere. Think you're doing though? Everyone out there, drawers, it's gotta be taken right out so you can look underneath and all. When the space above that is still unchecked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Really, you lot never gone over in house looking for no when the owners are out of town? She has obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt. Oh, so it turns up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself. Well, again, Gina. Holmes has only just left. Lucky you missed it. He went prancing around in here, pulling at stuff and flicking it off his and just scarpered. He's finished investigating already, I mean? Yeah. He didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me. Would you mind if we investigated too? Listen, Odo. You're a lawyer, right? Yes, why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper block, are you? Told you. She's never going to forget it, she. The tale will haunt you forever. Jenna, if you don't mind me saying, if Kuluk01's really is responsible for this crime, he'll be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Odo. Get investigating. I wanna know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Jenna. Maybe let's check it first. Somebody very haphazardly nailed those words all on the broken glass, haven't they? Can't even really call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room that was totally blocked up with bricks, this one does at least still let in some light, so you could say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off. There's wax sputtered on the wall behind. Look. Suppose if a bullet had hit it, it does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle and first passed through the inspector's body. All at once on the wall looks like blood to me. Okay, candelabrum from the wall of the room in Crescent Street when the inspector was found dead. The top of one of the candles appears to have been blown off. Why there was a whole candle in the first place? There's some black marks there, look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So we have the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? So only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan. So I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. Okay, if they're different size, so they were still on when he was hit. And like half an hour or just 1 hour passed until it reached this. And were like blown off. As I understand. Alright. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes on this thing. Funnily enough, neither can I. It's a herpes, isn't it? It is a bright red herpes. And I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it? And it's such a flame-colored red too. Yes, it's a color where we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it? Exactly, it is white or claw, I'm sure of it. The chicken side of it. I already wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. This doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? Isn't that quite how I put it? You must have to use lots of birds' lime to keep it in place on your head. So it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. Might be a little convenient when you wanted to take it over again, don't you think? Okay. What's this? It would appear to be a little model policeman. Just a shaman, isn't it, in a way? Seeing as it's on the floor here, do you say it belonged to Inspector Gregson? It's really hard to imagine Lord 1-6 playing with something like this. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. Someone should record it as evidence just in case. Yes, I agree, it's rather delightful though, in a way. Okay, what about this? The helmet of this shaman policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. Not convinced about the shaman part, but yes, you're right. The head's part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Should we try twisting it around and around too, for fun? Steal it? What's that? Appears to be some sort of key. Key? That's funny though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not at that size. So, what is it for, I wonder? Let me check it. Can be, for example, for a clock. This looks like some sort of key. Yes, it does. Very tiny and simple key. What's a little kid doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? And what's it for? Okay. This is presumably the mortal weapon then. Why? It's real, I suppose. Well, this gun... it's police gun. I think so. Guns that so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. It's one way to know for sure, Mr. Crocodile. Fire shot. No. If I did that, I'll be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. It's not really safer just to ask somebody who might know anything. Probably best to avoid handling it. Suppose this must have been the murder weapon. It's your favorite case, this one, not the next one. And see you next time. Thank you for good luck. Have a nice job. Okay, suppose it must have been the murder weapon. It is real, I suppose. Think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. I said about this third time already. If someone more familiar with firearms could shed a light on things here. I mean, there were several guns in the previous cases. I do remember it. Why do you need an expertise here? As far as I can see, wait a second. What is this plate here? Well, that's strange, had never seen anything like this. Well, this means it belongs to police, isn't it? Because they usually have it attached to their bodies, so nobody can steal it or something. But this plate had never seen it before. So I suppose this is where the victim destroyed. The rope is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. Inspector Gregson himself was already being taken away, and would probably be under Dr. Shizu's scalpel by now if not for what happened last week. On the shape of the rope, it appears that the inspector was curled up in a ball. Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Look like you've just seen a ghost. Not just a robot. Well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that blood stain next to it. Do you understand? In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality. Suda-san is so strong though. She's sticking this form better than I am. Excuse me? If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. Interrupted some deep thought there. Excuse me? Sorry, sir, can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir. Right, perhaps I'd better leave you to your work, sir. What, I cannot check this door? Those are paints or mirrors? An anti-fireplace makes the room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it? This does, look. So it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy. In cold weather. Nobody lived here at all. I merely visited when the occasion arose. I would like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other. Oh, it's a photograph stand. Suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members. What's the matter? Eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. Ah, look, Mr. Ohoda, quickly! Why do I feel like this one is familiar somehow? Conscious familiar. We met here only this morning. It's Mrs. Mittermon. This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Mittermon in here? Because she killed him? To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stubborn. Sorry to say, I have no idea either. Okay, you want to say that somebody not related to the case 10 years ago killed Gregson? Like you. Excuse me? Spectre. Oh, sir. Oh man, he can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. This looks like some kind of notice board or something. It's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Mr. Norhodo, look! This, you mean, it's an autopsy report, isn't it? And these are case notes here, and details of prison inmates. Yes, in fact, they're all the sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. Russ, when all in this room? Some old newspapers cuttings. Oh, this one here. Oh yes, the advertisement. You mean to the red-headed league? But why? What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. So that's all. Can I check the next room? Here, let's talk to her. The internet. I see that's where the pool inspector spawns all there. Yeah, that's right. They say that was a single bullet what did him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck the candle tree on the wall. In this case, someone from the ground shot him. This is blowing one of the candles apart. Completely. Because candle is kinda high, and the gun use is there on the floor. It's the Reapers in it? No deny that, no. Definitely not Reapers. Not really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big white eyes. Listen, what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. There's some big lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him? A big lawman, is it? Anyway, Preston Street runs along under that window there. There's some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. But I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here. After all, they'll be getting a grilling. Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. The lads at the yards. You just wanna know what you're snooping for and you'll be up for grilling and all. So we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently it's being rented by some co called Hugh Boone. Should I check this name? Let's check who is this. Well, I mean the Japanese name. The original. And I cannot see such character on the list. Maybe his name is different? It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name that, isn't it? Yeah, he's got to be called an undefined person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. I cannot see it in the list of characters. Well, in this case I don't know how to translate it. Haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see, maybe it's not his real name. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. Right? Also lights from the yards peel it down to get stuck into the investigation. But there's so little here, no one knew what to do with themselves. I do wonder. Yes, Miss Susato? Well, could it be that this Hugh Boon is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? Oh, that's why! How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of the place. I'd never even considered that. This works, we're actually following a line of an inquiry like that ourselves. Okay, let's think about this. Mr. Man who is saying that he's still working, and the person actually not working here, so he might be a criminal doing some criminal things to get money for living, right? Indeed. And he is missing because he was involved in this case, obviously. And maybe he's criminal himself. And if we see a photo of his wife here, so he definitely was here. Okay, I see what the problem is. Case is closed. Well, I don't know what they were up to. As I remember about the Sherlock Holmes about these redheads, they actually need one specific person to sit somewhere while they robbing the bank or something. I don't really remember, I need to read it myself. Right, nice work, Caesar. You're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are? Or maybe he is actually Ginger himself and needed I don't know. You are. If you look around the room, you'll see there's a few things that hint at it. You should really investigate this place in detail. Read this. So, okay, he's working here. He needed for some reason another ginger man. Gregson came here. But what is the motive in killing him in this case? He had this figurine as a key, maybe to this door to use it in some market? Something? Don't understand. Don't quite understand at all. Jenna, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I wanna know. It's what? Half a year since I got out of the clink. It's when I decided to give up diving and become a detective instead. Yes, Mr. Holmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Something like that, I think. Anyway, and the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But it turns out, it's a bit of a legend in the yard. This really? See, he managed to solve some really tricky keys, just like that, 10 years ago. He did? Yeah, and ever since then, he started going out on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else in the yard even knows how the cases he's working on are, apparently. It's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dankly little room like this? I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all, and look where that landed him. Respect for the Reaper? Is it Wayne? I heard him say as much. I take my heart off that fella by his words. Okay, how Barak is actually related to all of this? Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, the boss said that exactly why he respected the blow. Didn't release Gregson help the Reaper in quite such a high regard? He said something else to me at all. That I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, because he's only goes after people what are bad. It kind of set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. Should I present something? Gina, what do you make of this? Okay, nothing. Is it important? That's why I didn't check it myself. Ah, just photo, nothing else. The water revolver. Also nothing. Then this. I think everything is useless, but how can I progress? I need to speak about this gun to whom? She knows nothing, as you can see. Completely nothing. In this case, should I move somewhere to the prison? What, I already have. There he is, Lord 1's behind bars. So it's true, he really was arrested. He's still with his back to the wall, reading something. Don't think he's noticed us. Lord 1's. So it's happening like in the very first game of Ace Attorney from 2001, by the way. Fancy meeting you here. This game is almost from the 90s, almost. The last place on Earth I'd like to be with the last person on Earth I'd like to see. Could very well not come. I heard that what happened? That you? That Inspector Gregson was? Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But... Give me Lord 1's. But I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We are in debt to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. Must help us with our investigations, please. There's really nothing I can tell you. Were you just reading in the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case? This? The yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share some details with the suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Might it be? Did we get it? No. Someone you know, as it happens, Albert Harbrain. Of course, yes, I keep forgetting they went to the same university. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace, so let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord 1's never means his words, but they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. Okay, let's just speak to you. Professor Harebrain's letter. After the trial, Professor Harebrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. It's a letter informed me of his safe arrival at home arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper. So really, a Reaper is some real person here. That was here 10 years ago as well. Because the Reaper doesn't follow people aboard, you mean? Because he cannot leave the country, and who cannot leave the country in our list? Like, everyone can leave. Gina cannot leave, but 10 years ago she was 8 years old. What about Strongheart? Because of him, I'm constantly eating fish and chips now, which is not very good. Every single time when I saw him, I always order the next day fish and chips from different restaurants. Well, they are really not much to the ones that you can buy in UK, especially what he ate, because fries chips this one. They're really like regular French fries, nothing special about it. In Eastern Europe, in my country, when you order, well, I mean chips, not fish and chips, but chips, you'll get the ones that he ate. They call it like country chips, country potato, country fried potato, something like this. But this one, here in the United States I had never seen them. Nobody cooking them. Maybe because they have different potato than in Europe. Well, fish I believe will be the same. Caught or something. Yes, sweet things. His stupid little Nipponese friend, for example, told me he was keeping well in Japan when I acquired the other day. Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. So he... Oh, wait a second. It can be Tokyo. How really Tokyo in Japanese? I'd never think about this. Let's see. Tokyo. So it's really Tokyo. 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 Wait a second, I don't quite understand this. Tokyo. It's yo at the end. Tokyo. And double O and double yo. Tokyo. Noah Seda and historically called Tokyo. But now it's Tokyo. Well, Eda definitely much easier to pronounce than anything else. And how to pronounce Tokyo in English, I simply don't know because I had never heard it. So Professor Herbrand is safely back in Germany now. He is. Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord 16? What happened? How much do you already know? Know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street, and that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We're told that there was nobody else in the room and that some witnesses heard the gunshots. You were from it, and there's really nothing I can add. Truth is, I don't know what happened myself. But the gunshot, obviously you didn't find the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. Also heard the noise, however. Before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. So he doesn't actually know what happened. And I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? You will not tell? I don't need to answer that. After all, you're not representing me. It's going to need a lure though. Who's going to be representing you in court, Lord 16? Himself? Anyone other than you, I should mention. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet? Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, so I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, of all the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now. Should it not? Sure, you no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a burg pole. But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you? It's been 10 years now. I've been known as the Reaper of Rebellion. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I, however. Since things may come to a head before we have the chance to uncover the truth about them. What's he mean by that? So it appears our conversation has run dry. It was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord 16, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Yes? I heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people, so I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. Just my feelings can be used as evidence in courts of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer, however. I trust no one. What? Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese. Please. I have no intention of engaging your services. So how can I force him? The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. And neither of us will waste any more time. Perhaps you need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord 16 and what happened to Inspector Gregson. By going where? What about here? You made good time. I took an express train back to London. Who said this? Hear Lord Strongans, can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. Is everything in place? The private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork while he was leaving somewhere. It's Kazuo-sama! Oh, your timing is impeccable. It is? No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest delivery. Yes? I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, on Lord 1's strong heart. That Lord 16 could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson. I believe only in the facts, and the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accuser of Lord 16 for this crime must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. Well, surely not. It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very last, though, we can show the world our justice system swift and equitable processes. So does it mean that trial is tomorrow? Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. Customer? Oh, but of course you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asagi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings, leading the prosecution. Wait, what? Kazuma? As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law. Kazuma-sama? A prosecutor? I wonder if people actually... no. They almost... lawyers, prosecutors, the same amount of them. Isn't it? Because they're mostly assigned, like me, to any job you need. Because, okay, you can be, like, your own self-lawyer, not related to, like, this system. Because definitely me and Asagi and this Reaper are working for Strongheart, by the way. And it's already 10 PM? What? You didn't even start it. Start the court. It's already time to, like, stop streaming. Something. 1 second. It's not so easy. Very long heart. Let's see. Oh, I know. I need to buy something to... Wait a second. What is it called? What are usually people are using for their hair to be behind their back all the time? How's it called? And I don't know. Well, it's definitely not the hairpin. It's definitely not something I will use. Alright. Let's look at him. It definitely changed for some reason. I'm sorry for all the worry I caused you, but I'll be alright now. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything, including what I was coming here to do. Right. Kazuma-sama, I can tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London, that's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what's happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return to the way it was before. What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. Okay. Oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Wait a second, it can be a police gun, it can be a gun that may be used in the prison? They know it belongs to Kuluk01's. It will be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene. Well, the thing is... She wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruhodo. Be direct. Suddenly, a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement. Yes. Which includes the prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine, a prosecutor is also using them. In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim. No, Gregson had his gun on his person. About what, Warning 6? He claims it's currently not in his possession. What? According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious, is what I'm saying. Constantly, if you lose a gun and somebody stole it, you must be responsible for what happened to it next. So if you buy it, you'll have responsibility if somebody died. So it was his gun, he must be anyway found guilty. Even he didn't shoot, but just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's, it's no proof that it's actually his. No, of course not. Nonetheless, the situation is great for Kuluk01's. So, Kazuma will be prosecuted tomorrow. That's right. But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart. Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, would you agree? Absolutely. I've no doubt at all that Kazuma will be rather sharp as a prosecutor. But why Kazuma-sama? There should be many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. Just a personal request has to be assigned to the trial. Ask for this? But why? It's all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Also, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented, quite exceptional in fact. You're quite right, Miss Mikatawa. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as a judiciary close in ranks. So that's why you're happy to let up for Rainer? For Rainer, wait a second. For Rainer handle the prosecution? Natsuki, let's see how your skills have been honored after practicing law in this land for so many months. Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no people all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. There's no salvation for anyone in a trial persecuted by the Reaper of the Bellion, and now the Reaper himself must stand as the dock. Quite soon, the public won't answer about the Reaper. Answers about how and why souls to escape conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths. Public. I can imagine myself actually knowing someone from the of prosecutors in real life. How they know all about this? All because they're reading newspapers. Kuluk01's firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. That's certainly true, or it has been at least until now. No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. And what, a judge will be also from Japan? Doesn't look like we are going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery. Sorry I have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out. Before you go, Ryusuke. What is it, Kazuma? Just wanted to thank you. Kazuma-sama, what? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you on the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection. I was my intent in studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. I actually have a favor to ask, which is, this trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as a defense counsel. What's this all about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord 16 would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. Gregson's here. That's Lord 16 and Inspector Gregson. In a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. And who is the third person? It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes, what I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trap the Reaper, you might find that some straight token makes him take a different view. Take it. Why Gregson is like the same age in this photo, despite it's like 10 years ago taken? I understand why you giving this me. Let's see. Maybe just mustaches that constantly making people older. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Ryusuke. Within hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? Okay, let's move. Lord 16 is still reading that letter. Maybe it's in German? I've been gone quite some time, though. He said he's an incredibly slow reader. It's an incredibly long letter. Might even be able to read English faster than he can. I wasn't intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. Oh, sorry? I didn't think you heard of it. Had the case novels brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow. Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lure? How many times must I reiterate the same scene? It has nothing to do with you. In other words, no. I'm just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided. Expect nothing less. So I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma, Asugi Kazuma. Asugi? Smile the color drain from his face. Well then... Since I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all... Lord 16, we came by this old photograph. Do you get that? It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. In the man on the left there? Yes, that's my brother. Clint. Okay. Had to be... Really? Apparently, this picture was proudly displayed in Gregson's office. The deep respect for you, you know? Were you aware of that? Respect? It's nonsense. We heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector General Lester, no less. Well, maybe once. Yes, there was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, generally discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. It was a nice glimpse of the past. Thank you. Feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle. And it stated the true nature of this man known to all as the Stone Cold Reaper of the Bailey. A bomb the gun used to shoot inspectors that was found at the stand. Oh yes, it's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems to be it is. What do you expect me to say to that? Lord Strohan informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm. As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it then? That I don't know. It was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. Must have stored it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. Something in common with Lord 1-6 after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. Okay, he left it at home. It could be only taken by his brother, Inspector, and that's all. No, this has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Making the mistake of associating me with this nipponess. Oh there. The rift is very wide, isn't it? So it's not decisive evidence clearly, but it does look good, that's for sure. Gregson transfer to Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming months. And he'll never make it to France now, it's a tradition. Oh yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often, being transferred internationally, I mean? It's the first time I've ever encountered it. Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. Well, it didn't. It wasn't done by Gregson, for sure. Sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. Afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. Heard that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard. Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself. Glass chalice of red wine. By uncovering this decisive piece of evidence and exposing the professor's identity. It wasn't for Gregson's single approach to the case. Discovery would never have been made. Well, I'm more than sure that this Asagi's father definitely not related to the case. Well, related, but he's not professor. So Gregson actually discovered like nothing. What sort of approach? So my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Am I 10 years ago? Was that so surprising? Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time and rarely performed. My brother was, of course, a noble. It made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigation made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. So you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life. Don't tell me that 1-6 was a prosecutor at this time. And now Asagi wants to find him guilty because of this. Inspector Gregson. That's why. I see now. 10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. A single day goes by when I don't call the name Asagi. Asagi Genshin was Kazuma-sama's father. So, what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. Still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprentice Kazuma to you. That's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset. But what could he have been hoping to achieve? And let's not forget that it was only 8 years ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Asagi. That name is the very epitome of my being. The being that is you Nipponese. Right? Your hatred of all us Japanese. Only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer, so-called professor. Assigned to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Asagi Genshin? Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of rights were well and overwrong. How awful. To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Asagi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but what is this Bill Laggard? The ascribed prosecutor until he consented. What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor? The man in charge of the prosecutor case inquiry, Lord Miles Strongheart. Wait, what? Lord Strongheart? Was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I've felt in debt. I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor. Anyway, time passed, but then early this year, we should arrive in London, but you. And, of all things, as a lawyer, I found your animosity. the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom, the obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical, but for so many years, its hatred had festered inside me, could no longer control it. I can understand why, now I know the history. But in the same way that I've long found the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Asagi Kazuma am the bane of his, the reaper who sent his father to the gallows. Is looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. As I thought. If I saw this, and if he saw this means it's not true. Mr. Naruhodo. Since the first time he's ever used my actual name, I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, and lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another crowd by courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. But 6. From the very first time we clashed in the battle almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. He's a loathsome Nipponese who has absolutely integrity as a lawyer. There are only 2 other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother Clint and Asagi Genshin. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. You mean this photograph? Back then I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague on me now. I look to the future with hope. Since then I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. At a time the mind to which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I wanted to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Of course I will. It would be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo. Then my life is in your hands. For Lord 1's, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask, which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Valley, against my old friend, Kazuma. To be continued? Indeed, but I still have like 1 hour. So, to be continued right now, of course. There's that old, familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. Some menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there? I suppose. Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Why? I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? Let's pry to the details, however. In the sense that no jury has been selected. A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the ground was a professor 10 years ago. closed card. Good point, my dear fellows. Mr. Holmes, have you made note of my hero, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, lately forgot about your little hair problem. What to one man is a little hair problem is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. No idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Oh dear, awful for you. But you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Holmes. And good point to you, Mr. Ripper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. Wait a second, there was no investigation with Holmes. Okay, so sadly. And are you? I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow, compared to my paltry engagements with a few travel cases. The Ripper's overwhelming presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roads of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor! And that would be your eye for a good lure throw. Mr. Holmes, after all, behind this lure there is a very great mind, my own. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Ripper. Sorry to barge in. Holmes already know who actually killed her. Gina. What's that on your arm? It's a morning bell, I suppose. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student action. Okay, if it was postponed, see, it was postponed because someone from it will be acting as judge. So there's two variants. Japanese judge or Strongheart. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Hold on. Yes, Gina? Why do you agree to this, huh? Why do you take him on? This Reaper block. Everyone says it was him what killed the bot. I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, it went him. Who was it? I don't know that yet. Don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name, just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him. Very nice indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. At least, that may be some solace to the deceased. Please, although, get who did this for the boss. Juno. Hate feelings is useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you gotta find who done this and make the rage pay. Consult to the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please. Alright then, here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Kuluk01's. Let's see. What will it be? One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. one who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law, and one who lost the man who helped him escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, and Cross took a light headlong into his trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. What, you? Judge is still the same. Who said that there will be no judge? In the name of Your Majesty, the Queen hereby declares this court to be in session. We are here to conduct the fair and just trial, the defendant Barak 16. Counsels for the defense and prosecution. Are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Counsel-sama, been wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels. But I never pictured happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Report of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. Looking at a judge like this, you're thinking that defense on the left and prosecution on the right, but no, you see them from the judge perspective. So Naruhodo is actually on the right now, isn't it? In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. The truth revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial, with no members of the public present. So what about jury in this case by Her Majesty's direct orders? There will be no jury? How will that work, my lord? The burden of arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the jury's bench shall remain vacant today. That's good, that's good. If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? The members of the judiciary had to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial. Members of the judiciary. Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already. It's of course another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings, on which I must elaborate. The counsels of the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. I wonder, in the last case, there will be jury? Maybe not. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Customer? Very well, let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asugi, your opening statement, if you please. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson. A name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of his— oh, wait a second, Toby and Tobias, that's why he was killed instead of Doc. Well, in Sherlock Holmes' books, Toby the dog died, I believe. But maybe it was only in movie adaptation, I don't remember. Well, in movie adaptation, indeed it died. Not least for his miraculous resolutions of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. The Wizard case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported at the same time. Yes, that's what Jenna told us too. There were a number of witnesses. Well, witnesses, they heard it but didn't see it. Have her a plan of the room. Ah, this door was outside. The victim was found curled up in the corner. It's curled up. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. How has the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder, hot enough to leave scorch marks, is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. We see, yes? Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel. Okay, I'll check it. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. Where's the plan? Plan is not here. Tobias Gregson, British time of death, Coroner Maria Gory? Where's time of death? Why says no time of death? Are you kidding me? Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks at point of entry, the bullet exited the body from behind. The caliber of the gun used matched the standard issue firearms for members of the judiciary. Sorry, no idea how to pronounce it. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord. Not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama. I believe all this gun must have actually numbers on them. But there's no numbers. Wait a second. What's... I didn't check it. So this is the type of rule that's standard issue for members of the judiciary. Then. Yes, and when asked about what the records are kept about who they issued to, was told that for the past 5 years they've been engraved with unique serial number. I know this. But as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun. She told us that it must have been issued long ago than that. Okay, that's how. Strange that I know so many things about all this despite I never use it. Actually, where did I learn about it? Maybe in Sherlock Holmes? No, maybe. I don't know. Maybe there's something new about other things? Nope. Alright. Bravo, Castle, for not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can be proven. Furthermore, my lord, let's explain. The revolver was fired at extreme close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There's a candelabrum mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off was a projectile. You noticed that too, didn't you? Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. But this means they were lightened, and they were done because there's no light from outside. There was light, despite that they were not lightened. I need to think about this. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. Let me check this plan. Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson private bot? Somebody can be hiding behind, by the way. And run through this door. When prosecutor entered. He went there? Or something. Well. Maybe. No, my lord. The room is rented to Mr. Kuluk01's. There's precious little furnishing inside, and it's generally in a poor state of repair. Okay, if he was killed by Metermon, why Metermon was so inaccurate that he left framed photograph here inside? Definitely he's related to the case. Why a photo? Well, we'll figure out about it later, of course. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Assuming he was investigating some case or other. The policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene. He found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing outside holding the revolver. What? Was in front of the gunshot. Why he was holding the revolver? I don't quite understand. He's idiot or something? The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. So the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. And name, please, Counsel? Naturally, the accused himself. Lord 16? As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he is taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand. What, I find some contradiction in his words? So, witness, state your name and occupation to the court. Explain better why you was holding the gun. Barak 16, Old Valley prosecutor. I presume Lord 16 that you heard the prosecutor Asagi's opening precise. I did. It's alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place. I tend to explain away nothing. We'll simply tell the truth. Must say, Lord 16, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come, but since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. The formal testimony then, witness. The facts of the incident. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. Because of the case 10 years ago? What? When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one, so there were no candles lit. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the rebel on the floor. Who lit the candle? Okay, already see that I must show the candles to the previous statement, maybe. Just as I picked the fire up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Wait a second. So it was shot, but he was killed before this, that's why there's no time in the autopsy report. And how police arrived like immediately? Well, I already see this case very clearly. And who will be the killer? I believe maybe this everyday Mitterman? Why not? But in this case, if he was killer, why he left the portrait of his wife? Why? It's so stupid. Testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes, isn't it? You're right. You haven't explained away anything, a fact that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my muse's apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, prosecutor asked me. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. According to Kazuma, he's not behaving like himself at all. Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination. Should I show these candles immediately? Or press in every single statement? For fun, I can show it immediately. Where was this? Spun around and saw the rebel on the floor. Just pick up the firearm. I had to examine it. The door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. I think it will be a failure if I do this, but just interesting what will happen if I do this. Yeah, it's a failure indeed. But it's actually undeniable truth, it was lit, so it cannot be darkness here, it's contradiction. I don't know. Alright, let's press everything. But it's definitely contradiction. I clearly can see it. Alright. Looks like we must press everything. You were investigating the inspector? What on earth for? I am not at liberty to say. Sorry? I identified and distinct possibilities that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. It's occurred to understand then that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene? No, I was privy to his movements in advance. Let's see. Yeah, 7 more minutes. How? And hello, Ziri? Thank you for subscription for 22 months already. Thank you very much. I strolled to his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You literally entered the man's office? In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. as it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is it not the case, Lord 16? I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet you refused to tell the court why. Didn't release British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge on their oath? Why did I ever think I could defend this man? Okay, let's check this dark room. Have you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigation into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m., the sun would only just have gone down, but still have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, so I couldn't say for certain. But Mr. Narhado? Why is there no picture on this? There's a small desk in the room just here. Yes, I remember, and there was an oil lamp on it, as well as a framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what do you find? Nothing? I never actually reached the desk. A month later, I heard the gunshots. Okay. So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there. Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence. Then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. This is going from bad to worse. And you say that's the point at which you notice the revolver on the floor? Correct, and I foolishly picked it up. It was carelessness on my part. Assuming then the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands. In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Yes, I would like to publish you with an answer. I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that. And this is... The door flew open. Alright. A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume? That's right. One of the street merchants working on the Fresno Street? It can't be possible. Imagine you heard a gunshot in some old house with a very bad reputation. Will you immediately go inside of it? Open the door and screaming? Are you insane? I want to be killed? Or what? It's not possible. Who's these merchants? None of them had set up stalls directly. Okay, got it. It was the one who shot the second gun. He was inside the room, so he opened the door and screamed because he didn't enter. he was exiting it. This explains everything. Alright, a number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. Okay, in this case, this witness, if they call him in, will be the killer. 100% sure about this. It can't be anything else. Let's see. Am I right or am I right? Match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler who's peddler. They're all given statements saying they heard a gunshot. Without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Oh my god. They actually hid it, so one exited and two entered, so we must guess who is one of these three did this. Clever, very clever. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. He was supposed to be the Ripper. This man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. So this one. Who was this? Policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. Okay, the last statement. What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been seen until that point. And then suddenly, there it was. That's kinda interesting. Did you perhaps heard the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scale of the man who came inside first, nothing more. So it definitely was killer. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances, indeed. How the inspector was killed or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere. I have no idea. Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Kuluk01's, is lying on multiple fronts. What is that supposed to mean? Gracious counsel. If anyone is lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. I actually was showing this as pulling by this candelabra. Why game did the triggers through this? Seriously, why? Because I was right. Does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact. You can assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly for different lengths. Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long. Could reasonably expect someone to have lit all the candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. It must be because that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. That's right, when the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning, so the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabra. And the accused claims that he couldn't see the body. Clearly contradicts those facts. because he didn't kill him. And now to the next line. There are more? The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. Inside Ulma's empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. What? But already found everything. A board card from top to bottom, in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Oh, this one. Yes, that's right, we saw it too. Goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. And there's a common thread linking all of the documents on the board. Indeed. What is this common thread, Console? They all relate to cases prosecuted in courts by Kuluk01's. All of them? And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Lord. Interesting. None of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Oh no. Okay, now I see the reason why Gregson was killed. By, I think, Mintramon. Sure, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. Oh, Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No, the truth is, in looking at this backwards. Backwards? Explain Console. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. In this case, you'll never use the gun. Yes, it should be the same cold weapon. What? Indeed. What? Order. Very well. Probably state the current opinion of the court. Kuluk01's is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Asugi's contention. The defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Kazuo has done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case. It's formidable. Console, we will submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord. And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Okay, one of them will be a killer. And what is this? Oh, what's this? It's a neighborhood look. Oh yes, it is much of some kind. Fact. Looks just like a handprint. But why it's upside down? And the color? That's blood, isn't it? Oh there, how disturbing. Why it's upside down? This means somebody was touching it from here, from the front. The details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here. Answer? This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age, look. After interest, the most recent scene appears to be this newspaper cutting here. The same red-headed leak advertisement that Mr. Holmes had picked out. And do you remember? Those red harpies at the stand too. Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the red-headed leak then? Very interesting. There's nothing more about this. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street stars who heard the gunshot and went running into the room. Very well, lead the witnesses in. Defendant may step down from the witness stand. Certainly, my lord. Let's see. You again! So, witnesses, state your names and occupation for the court. What is this face? Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us. Okay, one of them is a killer. Indeed. The old ones, maybe not, because we already knew him, but who knows? Just free, or maybe because we know him. It's just free and easier, sell what we like, live where we wanna live. Gives them all a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse to them. I hiss a seller now. Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street? And look at his neck. Very suspicious. Hey, everyone calls me gossip. I sell empty little tidbits to passers-by, you know. Gentle little tidbits? What an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your genitals. £6 is the price and not a penny less. Wait, you actually trying to sell it to me now? No, sir, don't tell me you're not interested. Try it, the man. Give him the money and see what it is. Pay the man console. Alright, £6 it is. You won't regret it, sir. Now that you're listening, Orson. Just between us, a young couple on Slide Street. Have just had twins? Is it it? No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to spread. But that beats up to you in your mouth, of course. Got more, you know. Want another juicy one? £6 a piece it is, if you're curious. I'm curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Where is that unusual bruise, or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar? What about the next victim, son? What name do you go by and what do you sell? Me, I'm Venus? That's what everyone calls me? Funny? The chick human. Can't be Venus. Okay, this is the Japanese version of it is what? I cannot find it. Kinda strange. There's no Japanese variants of these names. Okay, let it be Venus. What can I do? Oh, maybe because it's nickname, it's not the real one. I sell these lovely little fireworks at all the local school kids. £6 a pop. What do you say? You went exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell? Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I... Okay, this was gunshot. Indeed, and gunpowder. Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they could blow up the school. What's the most thoroughly of ideas? Young lady. Say that now. On the parts with 6 pence per pop. Okay, I understand what just happened. They use these firecrackers, indeed. So she can be the killer as well. But we must know who actually entered first and screamed. It was man, so one of these two, so not you. But what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you can blow up the whole courtroom. Try the one. Give her the money and see if she's right. It's a one console. Alright, I'll buy one. Lovely stuff, right then. This is something a bit extra just for you. The Venus special. Only 600 pence. 600. It's 100 of my regular fireworks and Wi-Fi is gone. Nothing little about that, is there? Maybe nothing little about the punishment if I blow up the old belly, is there? A special firecracker consisted of the 100 smaller fireworks at 6 pence each. If it was added in a court record, definitely it was the second gun, so-called. As last witness, what name do you go by and what do you sell? Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You started the endless string of fireworks. So it's just that it's a Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Like fire? Shall I find out? What? What? She said it could blow up the courtroom. Hello, Mark. Long time didn't see you. Going pretty good, and I believe I already know who is the killer and what happened here, despite the very beginning of this part. Alright, that was a very sizable bump. Else I still ringing Mr. Naruhodo. Sounded almost exactly like... gunshot. Well, everything is very obvious now. So... now just need to figure it out. Who was the killer? Among all three of them. I think of me think all sorts of thoughts. I think therefore I am. And therefore I think. Because I stand there on the street, watching the world go on about me. They call me the observator. All of it, old man. Everyone calls you sandwich, and you know it. So you don't actually sell anything. What's actually this? Something out of zero? Oh, wait a second, 100 pounds! 100 pounds, of course! A problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and think what it means. What? Actual what? Don't actually sell anything. No come to think of it. Витя, no more purchases today, please. Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems. They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord, and always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. I see, thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Only said, but they were barely run inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crime. Yo, I'll be beggars, I thought. just between us. And also then, Mila, what am I to do? What a terrible scene I saw. What I think is, if all what we see is light and shadow, plain with our eyes, is any of it real? Very well. The court will hear the phone testimony of these 3 witnesses now, so I hope one of them will tell me who entered first. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident. We saw the whole scene from start to finish with it. Everything from the moment they went in the building. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Wilson couldn't wait to go and see what had happened. Okay. One of them detonated this firecracker from the distance? Oh no, it was connected to the door indeed. Oh, some of them was inside. I'm not sure. Seems to me that quick to talk and quick to walk, Gotham couldn't wait to go and see what had happened. Gotham went first. He went first to do something. Or none of them will go inside. I think it was him in this case. Ran into the room, and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. He was scared how to death me, so ran off to find a copper. Okay, now just need to prove it. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? They told me about Reaper only. Don't remember Gregson. Really, Gregson? Owner is the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Kuluk01's. How Gregson was killed, actually. Seen pictures of that Reaper on the paper. I know what he looks like. And just between us, folk love stories like this. It's self-titled some already. Wait a second, I also to know how Gregson looks like, because he can actually paid some ginger man to go inside and exit through something else, some secret exit. But wait, the room was just one of several floods in the building. Someone from another flood could have done it. Also, floods on Preston Street are unoccupied. Because they're small, dumb, dirty, and expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. And you know that this holder name, don't you? It's Human. To someone the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant would have committed the crime. No? No? Thank you for your honor, my lord. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witness. 6. Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this, without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. To break down this testimony, somehow. And what time is it? Okay, let's see this testimony, and that's what will be enough for today. We saw the whole scene, from start to finish with it. Everything from the moment they went in the building. Who they? When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant Lord 16? I suppose so, the likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last. That's for sure and certain. Just behind Inspector Gregson, did they arrive at the same time as each other? No, not at all. The first fellow must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot. You're right, 15 minutes before? Are you sure about that? Am I sure? Am I sure? No, it seems like it that I have forgotten a fellow with bright red hair like that, does it? Yeah, his hair already were reds, wasn't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks even. This very red mob still brought on the inside of my eyelid, it is. Wait a minute, you saying the man was a redhead? Aren't you listening, chum? Ah, he was a redhead. And he had a big trunk with him as well. Wait a second, what? He had a big trunk? What is this? Inspector Gregson hair isn't red, not by any stretch of the imagination. Seems like that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I had to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson alright, but as I can see, Vic is not attached to his head. Somebody just put it on top. And a red herpes. Of course, we saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? So I used to believe Inspector Gregson wore herpes, though. So since when on earth would he have been wearing something like that? The color does seem to suit the man, one might say. Photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, Consul. And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposed to carry? Yeah, what? And how this photo should help? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. It just disappeared. So someone red-headed brought the body inside and exited somehow. What, do you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you? Definitely saw him. And the dog going in though, no question about it. Just less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. By which was only you mean the gunshot. I saw these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it? You say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building. That's right, it was almost straight away. One hit went, just like that. Well, he's a Reaper, isn't he? It's that the French call a fait accompli. When the Reaper's around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it? Simply get the message. So we couldn't allow the inspector to leave after he discovered the secret hideout. There can be no clearer motive for the crime. Yes, certainly an eminently credible motive. Great. And at that point, you will run inside, is that correct? Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk, okay. So, when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too? Well, me and Beats Hubbard, see? All the signs are bad, and I can't move very well. You were away behind, presumably. That sandwich board around your neck, and that big sign in your hand. It's bothering you, bro. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before? Not anybody. Me, that sign what made me who I am now, a sign of who I am. So, you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago then? Might be mistaken, but I believe his traveling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I agree, he's clearly been through a lot. Turning down King Henry Street and the Black Windowers Arms. It's just there. Oh dear, you've made him hide behind his sign. Life is full of surprises. Run to the room and say he was. Okay. So, then you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is it right? You was first to arrive because he was trying to hide something. Or something. Oh yeah, he arrived because there was nobody at this time. And he did something to make it appear. There I was, held the door open like a professional I did, and yelled out, what's going on here? Okay, if you did this, you was the owner of this room. And if you're the owner of this room, this means that you actually this person. Let's see. How can I check here like closely? No. And his haircut is actually very close. It's him. Violet, what's going on here? 1-6 claimed all he heard was a man scream, so... And was it dark inside the room? No, not dark at all. That's why candles burn on the wall. Okay, but what about his neck? It's also related to something. Oh wait a second, his nose is totally different, but it doesn't really matter. His hair is actually close. Alright. I think it's him. No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall, and he's lying about candles right now. Because they were off. Really? And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us. It's the first thing I noticed when I got inside. I see. Even so, Lord 1-6 claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall. Last thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused, Lord 1-6. That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no liberty court. Okay. So he blames Berg for killing all these people, and these Japanese students as well. Alright. By why killing... Okay, Gregson was killed because he was related to the case as well. I'm no liberty court. I stood my ground and gave the tripper a cold hard stare myself. Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? No, that's really nothing to me. Empty in the heart I am, just 2 slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me. I think that maybe you just remembered something. Haven't heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean. What I think is, we are all nothing really. tried to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we are all just street sellers. It's never out of you, sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich. When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside. He did it to reveal the body, isn't it? That's it? Rotten beggar, I told you to keep that a secret. Skin he did scream and scrambled off on all fours. That's all I wanted to say. So gossip, is this true? Oh, that slippers, that's funny. Planted my hands in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck. What? A pool of blood? Listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving the triple cold hard stare. And don't you forget it. Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hands? I did. Happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So it was his blood on the board. But why? So I was scared, so I slip it over. Can keep it just between us, can't we? No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. If I must. It is will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once. I slipped over and got blood on my hand, so I quickly wiped it off on the floor. It's actually wiped the blood on the board. Can I show it right now? Let's press it. You wiped your head on the floor? Well, who wants blood on his hands, huh? Normal stuff, and they might have thought I done it, not them. And you didn't think that might be a problem? Does it really matter if I felt a few grubby handprints on the floor? They'll get cleaned up in the end, won't they? Don't play such a fuss. That's a message from all of us. Is something wrong, Console? No, my lord. I didn't remember anything in the report about the bloody handprint on the floor, that's all. Can't use all that. You can't intimidate it. What I did, I wiped it off on the floor, the blood. I wonder, could that be what happened? Mr. Naruto? I have all the answer yet. But I think we may have that encounter by the clue. I don't know why it's a clue. Okay, let's show this board. So, you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. I'm quite sure about that. Well, what else do you expect me to have done, huh? Does it really matter? The police found no such handprints on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asagi. Suddenly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene, on the back of this notice board. Oh yes, indeed, indisputably a handprint in the distinctive color of blood. That's right, it's my right hand. Do it anywhere. It's not his hand on the board. It's someone else's hand, that's why he said that. Witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. The handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant. Now the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. What? In such case, it's quite possible for the witnesses' handprints to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim and in an upright position. Even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body. Or when I came across the body. So it was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. Could it happen that there was nobody in the room at all when he arrived and Lord 16 actually came later and called by police? I don't even know. In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. No, I don't think that happened. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. But I don't know why he's making such obvious mistakes. I don't know. From the beginning I was thinking that this gossip is actually the killer, but now I'm not sure. Take it that you formulated a proper hypothesis, Console. Given this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprints found on the scene. Okay, in this case, Gregson. It was Gregson hideout. Alright, it was Gregson hideout. No, it was his hideout while there was notice to come here at 5 PM. No, it was not his. In this case, it was hideout of this gossip, but why he's lying about this handprint? I don't know. Given this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprints found at the scene, I have my lord. And this discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint explained by another handprint, the board moving, false testimony. It can be false testimonial, or it can be that board was moving. Okay, let it be a board moving. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the card can see it's upside down, yeah. Precious. So it is. If the witness had put his hand against the board, the fingers should be pointed upwards. What does it tell us? It tells one simple fact: when this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested. Which means that after the incident must have been moved. But who moved it in this case? If it was not Gossip himself, could notice it. What? What actual what? Meat? You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who? What? Know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, you can now be very clear on the point. And that would be the position of the notice boards at the time of the incident, my lord. So, Consul, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the card. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated? What? Here? Hiding the body? And the candle? I can't believe this. I don't know if I exactly shown it. This is the only possible location. Immediately adjacent to the doorway? If the court would think back to testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark and he couldn't see the body. If the notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view. And the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker. But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or in his precise words, just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It's only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. I don't know about Kuluk01's scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open. So look again at the floor plan. Consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force. Actually, look at this. If it was firecracker inside someone's room, do you have any right to open it shut because you heard something like this? No. Very suspicious. So can't. The door struck the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible. It crashes. So precisely where show where what this board was. My client has told nothing but the truth, but wait a second. Wait a second. If it actually fell down like this, so why is this hand is actually upside down? Still, I don't understand. He went even farther? I don't quite understand, it's very strange. The client has told nothing but the truth. He simply described what he saw. To understand what is on his board. With order, counsel, how was this not come to light before now? After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it. In the supposition where the police, myself, and my colleague saw it when investigating the room. Midas, what have you to say for yourself? Me, my lord? You and your fellows weren't there the same before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board. The witness and the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking at all your glasses at me. I get the message. Okay, let's read it out. Mystery of the moving board. Don't know anything about that notice board. I just wiped my hand on it, that's all. Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second tiers at the time. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just be tender on me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. It was the dripper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored. Can't see how this changes anything anyway. Detective still died when we heard the gunshot. It was gunshot. So none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witness, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see. We can expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened. That's right, yeah. It don't pay to expect too much. It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's what I think. Do you? Ready? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot went off, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Kuluk01's. Wait a second. In this case, it was cracked by not a gunshot, but firecracker? None of this warning or the board changes that simple fact. Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances? Most certainly, my lord. Very well, then you may proceed, Consul. And here I think I will save. Because it's already too late. It's like 20 minutes until midnight, oh my god. Let's see who is still streaming and right now. Well, I doubt that in the middle of this episode can be possible, but who knows. Maybe all will end it here. Alright, who's still online? No. Okay, who's playing this game but... There's like a lot of people who's playing it. Just, I'm not sure about the radio. Definitely should be someone with less euros, so there 20 there... What is this? There's me, there's no camera, there's... Okay, here it is. The Glorious Freelance. Okay, we'll rate this channel. Okay, rate. And there. Why should type everything? Why cannot just click a button to rate? No, there's only block or report somebody. And thank you for stopping by. We Rubber, Mercury, Venom. I'm still typing this nickname, Glorious. So long. Glorious Freelance. And Mercury actually was streaming before, but now he completely disappeared. The first time when I see him in like 6 months or more. The Glorious Freelance. This one. I hope. And it. So, bye, see you and good luck. I'm definitely going to sleep.